They're off. In it to win it out well from the center with Gambler's Pose down along the inside. Coach Kaylee ridden along and now takes the early lead. Cinnamon Bits is out wide, racing on the outer of Sarah's Dancer, who's a bit keen. The early trailer is Dreams and Schemes. They're tightly packed as they race into the opening turn. It's Coach Kaylee and Chad Lee racing on the lead, a length better than Cinnamon Bits in second on the outside. In it to win it is back into third, racing between horses as Sarah's Dancer in the orange blinkers begins to advance. Gambler's Pose saves ground, and Dreams and Schemes is in that back pack. 24-1 for the opening quarter. It's still Coach Kaylee who makes the pace, being pressed by Cinnamon Bits. Out wide, Sarah's Dancer is into third, with In It to Win It fourth, Gambler's Pose fifth, and Dreams and Schemes at the back off the rail. They race into the far turn, out from the trees. Cinnamon Bits putting the pressure on Coach Kaylee. They're head and head. Sarah's Dancer stalks this duo with Gambler's Pose a length back in fourth. Now here comes Dreams and Schemes in the blue, trying to rally past In It to Win It. Coach Kaylee has responded to the challenge of Cinnamon Bits and opens up back a length. Sarah's Dancer is under the whip, room up the inside for Gambler's Pose, and Dreams and Schemes going to try and rally down the extreme outside. 5 across the track with a furlong to go. It's Coach Kaylee trying to fend off every challenge, but Gambler's Pose, you could drive a truck through the rail. Dreams and Schemes flying down the far outside. Dreams and Schemes collars Gambler's Pose in the final 70 yards. Dreams and Schemes and Jeffrey Alderson an easy winner. Dreams and Schemes by 2. I think Coach Kaylee might have come on for second over Gambler's Pose, then Sarah's Dancer, Cinnamon Bits, and In It to Win It. 125-3. They're off. They broke in a perfect line. Frederica's Rose from the center with Noisy Girl down along the inside. Splitting them is Northwest Candy. Magnetize out wide. A little slow to begin, trailing the field early as Ready Is a Breeze. It's a speed duel up front between the first-time starter Northwest Candy and Noisy Girl. The two favorites duke it out with Magnetize and Juan Crawford tracking them to the outside in third. Frederica's Rose, after a good beginning, is back in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead, saving ground. And then another 5 back to Ready As a Breeze, patiently handled thus far by Deshaun Gaskin. They've raced within the 3. The opening quarter was 22-4. It is still Noisy Girl and Northwest Candy battling it out. Frederica's Rose coming into third on the inside of Magnetize, and Ready As a Breeze still at the back. At the head of the lane, it's Northwest Candy and Noisy Girl. Both of them have been duking it out from the start. The half was 46-2. Northwest Candy now with the advantage. Noisy Girl comes under some right-handed encouragement. Frederica's Rose and the Green Silks closing well down the outside. It's Northwest Candy. She's put away Noisy Girl. Frederica's Rose is the challenger. Frederica's Rose coming. Northwest Candy holds on to win. Northwest Candy and Jeffrey Alderson a neck to Frederica's Rose, then Noisy Girl. Late rally from Ready As a Breeze, then Magnetize. 106-2. They're off. Roombaba broke a bit slowly. Drop Your Gloves out well and Lumberyard from the far outside. Intent on that early lead with Arami's Spitester also wanting to make the front. Good position on the inside in third now for Herta Ghost, who's overtaken Drop Your Gloves, then Roombaba, and final Run for Love. They race midway around the turn, 5.5 furlongs to travel. It's Lumberyard with the neck in front of Arami Spites. These two have sped 5 lengths clear of Herta Ghost, who's racing in third. Off the rail comes Roombaba. To his outside is Drop Your Gloves, and final Run for Love can see them all. 23-1 for the opening quarter. It's a quick early pace. Lumberyard has overtaken Arami Spites there and opens up 1.5, but they're getting closer. Herta Ghost making up ground. He was bet down to 7-5, and he's traveling well on the inside. Drop Your Gloves now fourth as Roombaba begins to tire, and final Run for Love has not yet gotten involved. 45-4. It's a quick pace. They've got just over 2 furlongs to go. Lumberyard now asked to maintain his pace. Herta Ghost crying out for a run, and Drop Your Gloves moving well on the outside with Roombaba. Final Run for Love still trailing. It's still Lumberyard, but now Herta Ghost has a split, and he's traveled, puts the head in front. Here comes Drop Your Gloves down the far outside. Late rally from Final Run for Love. It's Herta Ghost on top. Lumberyard trying to fight back. Drop Your Gloves there. Final Run for Love closing, but Herta Ghost, what a perfect ride by Luis Reyes, goes on to win by 2. Drop Your Gloves up for second, then Lumberyard, Final Run for Love, Roombaba, and Arami Spitester, 124-2. They're off. Good beginning. Z-Hub showing speed from the far outside with Hard Performer. Also there is Peely Island. Between horses we come in peace. Common Canter falling back down along the inside, racing towards the rail with Zip to Zap to his outside, and the early trailer is the mare, Charity First. Good speed from Hard Performer, the 7-year-old with the full cup blinkers. Kirk Johnson has opened up a 4.5 length advantage over Peely Island in the green cap. We come in peace down along the rail with Z-Hub, who's now racing third on the far outside after the good beginning. The first quarter was 22-4. Now trying to make a rally, Common Canter, steadying on the inside of We Come in Peace, who's beginning to backpedal. Zip to Zap making a 3-wide rally, and the trailer is still Charity First. Unchallenged on the lead so far, it's Hard Performer. Peely Island asked to get a little closer from second now with Z-Hub. These three are well clear of the rest. Zip to Zap coming into fourth past We Come in Peace and a hard-to-handle Common Canter. Charity First still trails as they corner. It's Hard Performer. He's led every step, getting a bit tired now. They're beginning to inch closer. Peely Island and Z-Hub both down the far outside. Z-Hub probably moving best. Hard Performer clinging to the lead. Z-Hub and Jeffrey Alderson looking for his third of the day, but Hard Performer is still there in front. 70 yards to go. Z-Hub and Hard Performer. Z-Hub just gets up. Z-Hub over Hard Performer. Then Zip to Zap. They're off over a mile 70, if you insist. Broke on top with Scat Factor to his outside. Legrand Garcon, the gray, is going to be somewhat forwardly placed with Mr. Masiques. Widest into the opening turn will be Times a Breeze. Not very much pace on. They're all in early contention. They're in a line of 5. Now Salas tries to take Times a Breeze down to the inside to save some ground. The pace is being made by If You Insist. He's up a length over Mr. Masiques with Steve Jadu in second. Good position for Scat Factor, third on the inside. He's now racing a length and a half better than Legrand Garcon. And Times of Breeze, only about 6 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter was 24 seconds flat. They turn into the backside, and If You Insist and Juan Crawford lead a length to Mr. Masiques on the outside of Scat Factor. Legrand Garcon and Jeffrey Alderson racing in fourth, and Times of Breeze can see them all. They race within the 4.5. It's still If You Insist, bet down to 3 to 5, leading the charge as they race within the half. Mr. Masique still second. Scat Factor biding his time, third on the inside with Legrand Garcon fourth, and Times of Breeze still at the back, asked to pick it up now. Into the turn they go. It's If You Insist. He's opened up 2 lengths. Scat Factor ridden along to keep up from second. Legrand Garcon comes off the inside, gathering momentum past Mr. Masiques. And Times of Breeze under a drive. 2 furlongs to go. They've got work to do to catch If You Insist. He's had it all his own way, and he's up by 4 at the head of the lane. Scat Factor comes off the inside. Times of Breeze trying to split foes with Legrand Garcon widest. With a furlong to go, it's If You Insist. Still well in control. He's up by 5. Scat Factor trying. Legrand Garcon next, then Times of Breeze. They're well strung out in the final 16th. If You Insist, coast to coast. If You Insist wins by a diminishing length and 3/4 over Scat Factor, then Legrand Garcon, Times of Breeze, and Mr. Masiques. 142 and 3. They're off. Our Skyline out well from the outside with Silver Dart and Dancin' Mary Marie tugging at the rider in the early stages. Blues Mommy racing in fourth down along the inside with LaRonde now splitting horses advancing into the pack. Daring Dame races towards the rear, and the early trailer is Our Lily. They race within the 6 furlong marker. It's Our Skyline on top, now taking pressure from Dancin' Mary Marie. LaRonde is moved into third on the outside of a rank Blues Mommy. Wide trip for Silver Dart in fifth. Hard to handle near the back is Daring Dame. Our Lily can see them all as they race midway down the backside. It's Our Skyline and Corey Jordan maintaining a short advantage from Dancing Mary Marie and the cheek pieces out wide. Blues Mommy down along the inside. Silver Dart in the white cap is out wide with LaRonde between horses. Our Lily has overtaken the hard to handle Daring Dame. 3 furlongs to travel. The opening quarter, 25 and 1. The half was 49 and 1. They still have Our Skyline to catch with Dancin' Mary Marie between horses as Silver Dart descends 3 wide. Our Lily is rallied into fourth in contention. Blues Mommy needs somewhere to go as LaRonde falls back, and here comes Daring Dame swinging to the extreme outside. Many with a chance as they reach the head of the lane. Here's a split for Blues Mommy. The lead currently with Dancin' Mary Marie. Silver Dart there. Blues Mommy trying to rally. Our Lily from the back with Daring Dame. It's Dancing Mary Marie, Silver Dart right there. It's these two, Silver Dart, Dancing Mary Marie. Photo finish in the nightcap. Very tight there between Dancing Mary Marie and Silver Dart. Then Blues Mommy, Our Lily, Daring Dame LaRonde, and Our Skyline, 126 and 4. welcome to Wiener Dog Day here at Fort Erie Racetrack, one of our favorite days of the year here at Border Oval. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon for some horse and dog racing. Sunny day, 24 degrees Celsius or 76 Fahrenheit, a nice 7-mile-an-hour breeze coming out of the east. The main track is fast and the turf is firm with the rail out 6 feet, 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. We're back next week at Fort Erie, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 4:30. Today is Wiener Dog Day here at Fort Erie. The Wiener Dogs will take the track after the last horse race of the day. Our next free concert at the Tiki Bar is taking place on Tuesday, July 21st, featuring Almost Cool. More dog racing action taking place here at Fort Erie on August 3rd when the Basset Hounds and Corgis will take the track. Be sure to come out on Sunday, August 30th for Fort Foodie Fest, sponsored this year by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. Come out for racing and the Food Truck Festival. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes takes place on Labor Day this year, September 7th. Returning this year on Prince of Wales Day is the fashion contest. The best dressed ladies win a gift certificate from Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern returns on October 12th, starting at noon. Kids in costume can trick or treat around the track. The non-winning ticket draw today takes place after race 6. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in Race 8 today. The carryover is up to $6,094.74. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. We'll be quick here. Races 1 and 2 are clear. In race 3, there's an overweight on the number 2, Arctic Velocity, 1 pound over at 118. And races 4 through 8 are clear. Eight races on tap here today, joined here by our paddock analyst, Ashley Mayu. Ashley, are you excited for the Wiener Dogs as I am?
I'm excited to see them. I'll stay for a little bit. We get a good crowd on this day, but I'm actually a little bit more excited for the thoroughbred racing this afternoon. In terms of our card, 8 races, nice to see. I think the best race will probably be the last on the grass, but I did find those last 4 races in terms of the late pick 4 to be the most intriguing based on the level.
Yeah, we've got some interesting races here today. Some good action for the folks who might not be familiar with thoroughbred racing coming out for the Wiener Dogs, so it should be a good day for all. Let's get into our selections on today's card. Race 1 is a 5-claimer for the fillies and mares which have never won 3. It's a 6.5 furlong sprint starting the early pick 5, and it's a field of 5 to kick off the day.
Yeah, this is actually a small field, but pretty competitive in the sense that I don't know if I trust anyone on the top spot. I did go to the morning line favorite, the 4 Brazilian Legacy. I really don't know what happened in her return. Obviously, she didn't break the best. She really didn't show up, but I just feel like looking at her body of work outside of that, Doug, she has races that probably make her the deserving favorite.
Yeah, I mean, if she's at her best, she should win this race, but these connections are always well bet, and this horse was very disappointing, so I didn't want to go with her on top. I ended up going with a bit of a long shot, the number 2, No Visor, coming in from Woodbine. Just hoping the class relief helps this one out. Carlos Grant sending this one down. We've got Steve Jadu, who's been riding well here at Fort Erie. I think you can make a case for any one of the 5 here, so your guess is as good as mine. Race 2 is a 4,000 claimer for the fillies and mares which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs to distance. Early pick 4 starts here. I ended up with the number 3, Frackamore, cutting back, or ran a decent third last week behind the American, of course, who's a pretty classy old mare for Adamo and Icon. I think this is an easier spot. Kirk Johnson riding for Julie Mathis.
And she's probably the speed on paper. I know Chrome's big break can show a little bit of early foot, but I do think Kirk is going to be on a send mission. I mean, I don't even know if he needs to send her. She is really keen and forward in here. So I use her a little bit further underneath. I go to the 4 Rifling as the top pick, who you use in the second spot. I thought in terms of her return to the races, she ran very well from off of it. Strike Accord was able to get the job done. And the one thing that I don't necessarily love, 1 for 14 here on the main track. But looking at her last year, she needed that race on the return. She took a nice step forward, and maybe we'll get a little bit better value on her, as I think the horses to her inside and outside will take more play.
Yeah, and Rifling's a horse who doesn't want to be on the lead but can be close. So if you got a Frackamore and Chrome's big break speed duel, Chad Lee could have Rifling in a perfect spot. Mike Blake's trainees, he's 1 for 6, but they've been racing well. Almost everything he's sent out has been a factor in the stretch. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, going 6.5 furlongs, and it's another 5-horse field.
Yeah, I think the attention for me are the outside 2 in here, that being Speedy Connection. I like it when it snows. Speedy Connection comes in here off a turf race, and you just feel like the super speedies on the dirt. We know what they can do. Again, though, you've mentioned it, going to be a short price, and we agree here. Top 3 is the same. I like it when it snows. I really was excited for last time on the grass. I actually don't think that effort was that poor.
No, it wasn't bad. He was only beaten 2 3/4 lengths. The thing I didn't like was how poorly behaved he was behind the gate. Maybe this time, now that he's got that start under his belt, he'll be a little bit more focused. He raced well on the dirt last year, didn't race fantastic. I think Speedy Connection is the better horse, but I like it when it snows. Should perform well. Also interested to see a little bit what Wood Glen Court will do. I know he didn't fire on the dirt in the sprint into Summer Cup, but that was 5 furlongs, and he raced well in that same race, that Speedy Connection, and I like it when it snows exit. Race 4 is a 62.50 claimer, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance. Late pick 5 starts here. Field of 6. And we've got some classy runners here. I ended up with the number 2 Forest Flash for Jeff Voice and Ishmael Mascara, going off of Lasix today after taking a press from Garofoli and understandably wilting in the stretch. I think he'll be better getting back to more realistic competition here.
Yeah, and we just flip-flop here between the top 2. I go to Blue Max. I felt like on paper there's a fair bit of speed. Cantucci wants to go, as well as Forest Flash, and I think that's the best case scenario here for Blue Max, who can sit the trip, save ground, is a horse that likes to rate a little bit, and we'll see if he's ready off the freshening. I actually like that he comes in here having some time off after the Mahoning Valley meet, because he raced a bunch there. He had a very good meet, but that track's very different than here at Fort Erie, and I think time off probably sets him up nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Max is just an honest horse. 12 wins in 10 seconds and 56 lifetime starts. It's very hard to ever discount a horse with that kind of record in these kind of races here at Fort Erie. Race 5 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. 6.5 furlongs the distance, and this race begins the late pick 4, and I think it's a pretty competitive group of 6.
It certainly is, and horses that maybe in their last out, such as My Math is Correct, shined on the turf, but still has dirt races last year that would put him in the mix. We land on the same top 2 in here, that being the 5 Cooler Man and the 6 Globetrotting. I've really liked both of the efforts from Cooler Man. I think getting on the dirt, he's been a different horse. I've been impressed that he's been able to be closer to it. He wasn't necessarily as close to the pace in those races, regardless of the surface sprinting up at Woodbine. And he needs to do a little bit better, but I've given a lot of credit here to Mikey David, who I think has actually piloted him beautifully in both of those starts. They've just come up a tad short.
Yeah, I mean, Mikey David, the mounts he's been getting have been racing well, even if they're not winning. He's had a lot of horses in good position and given them the opportunities to run their best races. I think Cooler Man has a good shot to break through today, just considering we've got speed, with my math is correct, in Golden Test to maybe set things up the way he wants. Globetrotting, I think getting in the right spot now after racing in that very tough starter on the turf last time, should be more competitive, with Deshaun Gaskin riding for Kevin Buttigieg. Race 6 is a very nice starter optional claimer, 5,000 starter or 10,000 claiming, 5.5 furlong sprint. This is the final rolling pick 3 of the card, and got a nice familiar face returning to Fort Erie here with the number 2 Forest B. Dale Powell's been based up at Woodbine this year, where he's been having a pretty solid season. But Forest B in the past has had a very good record here at Fort Erie, and I think she'll appreciate getting back down here.
I really struggled with this race, Doug, from a pace perspective. I feel like there's plenty of speed, and I wanted to use her on top. I kind of chickened out. I used her underneath. My concern was maybe the trip that she gets, because when I looked at her most recent win here, she was on the front end. She was able to hold on. I don't see her necessarily being the pace setter in here, and we'll see how it fares for her. I do go to the 4 Nice Baby, who figures to be part of the pace. She has had the ability to sit just off of it. We saw that in the July 22nd race when she was second best behind the very speedy Silver Candace. She's going to have to race off the layoff, which the barn actually does very well with. I know this barn has really good numbers, but I don't necessarily think about them sitting on horses, and they're nearly 40% off the freshening, so ultimately use her on top.
Yeah, if she gets loose, I think she'll be tough. The concern for me is that Vandu goes with her. I don't think the plan with Nice Baby is to rate in this race. I know she can. I just don't think that's the tactic they're going to go for. If she does outsprint Vandu, she could be very tough to run down. Race 7 is a starter optional claimer, another solid group here, 3-year-olds and up, which have started for 5,000 or less, or going for a price of 10,000, 6 furlongs the distance. Late double starts here. I think it's a pretty nice group of 6 horses.
Me too. I think kind of looking at this year, it's the boys, the sprinters, right? Those starter eligible horses that they all show up. They all have situations where they can run their race. I thought the value potentially could be the same horse that you like in here. The 6 have to reload. First off, love the draw for him. I thought in terms of his return, he was simply second best. I think the dynamics of that race were impacted. There were scratches. Sea to Air was able to win, and he's a horse. I know he's got more seconds than wins in terms of when you look at his column, but he is handy, and I love that Helen sticks with him here. I think he's really going to have the right setup and trip.
Yeah, I agree. I just think this race looks like it kind of falls into his lap a little bit. Has that tightener under his belt on June 30th. He ran too good to lose that day. I mean, he was winning, and then Sea to Air was the winner at the wire. And if the wire was anywhere else, Have to Reload would have won that day. Rise My Guy ran a great race as a first-time gelding off the claim for Sharon Chicado a couple weeks ago. I think he's got a good chance to repeat. And I think Fairway to Heaven trying dirt for the first time, or the Fort Erie dirt for the first time. He had an awful trip at Woodbine 2 back, and last time ran a good race in a very tough allowance race on the turf. I think at 6-1, I think he's worth a look for Steve Cathcart, who's been having a good season. We're on the turf for the final race of the day. It's a Fillies and Mares 6250 claimer for those which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to go the extended 7 furlongs, and there's just over $6,000 in the jackpot high 5 carryover.
There is, and it's going to be interesting to see how this race gets bet, because we're on the same horse. I don't think we'll get 6-1 on Gizmo. I would be running to the windows at that price, because you look at her return, you might say, okay, she's 5th, she never made a move. She doesn't want to go 5/8, Doug. I mean, this is what she wants to do. She wants to go longer on the grass. She had a very successful campaign last year where she was able to pick up her 2nd and 3rd career victories at the distance over this surface in nearly identical trips. I like that she's towards the inside today as well, so I think she'll be half that price.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that race was more, couldn't get the 7 furlong race, so run her in the 5/8 race to keep her fit. Now we're in the ideal spot. Now we've got a good post. This barn is due to start winning some races. And again, Steve Jadu, he's won 3, but a lot of his horses have been racing very well he's been having them in good positions here. Hot Omelet was a very easy winner last time. I think she's better on the dirt than the turf, but she still ran well behind Naughty and Nice back on June 7th. And Mimi's Holiday, I think, is interesting in her second start off the bench at a bit of a price. She is a winner on turf before, I think at 10-1. If you're not in love with our choices, that might be one to consider with Edgars and Tenno in the saddle. 15 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers, and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Reminder, the Wiener Dogs will be coming out after the last horse race of the day.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
We kick off this beautiful Sunday of racing here with fillies and mares going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. $5,000 is the claiming price, and this is a group of non-winners of 3 life. Now, it's a field of 5, but top to bottom, it wouldn't be shocking to see any of these horses end up in the winner's circle. It's really going to come down to trips and who's ready to roll. And in terms of the 4 Brazilian Legacy, she's going to be my top pick, but she just really wasn't in a rush at the start in her return to the races. Didn't necessarily like the way that she broke out of the gate, and she never really seemed settled. She ended up finishing 4th in that 5-horse field. But when you go to her races last year, she has performances that certainly would put her in the winner's circle. She was able to win 2 races back-to-back. I thought in terms of trip, they were drastically different. One, when she was able to get to the front, clear them by several, and hold on. And then the other one, she rallied from towards the back of the pack. So I do think her rider in here has some options, being a little bit more towards the outside, but I don't know if they'll get cute. I do feel like in terms of speed and who could go, she's probably the most likely to be forward. So use her on top. The number 5, she's hot to trot. You're silly if you leave her off her tickets, especially underneath, as we can see on her record. She is just 2 for 35 lifetime, but 16 runner-up finishes. And so far this year, in both of her performances at Fort Erie, she's been second best. I thought she was going to get the job done last time out, but Zipfire was able to defeat her. She actually made the lead at one point, so it was a little bit of a different trip. I do think that was a conscious effort to maybe have her close to it, because typically she is rolling, making that late move, and comes up a little bit short. So respect her. She certainly pays her way here at the races, as she's hitting the board a fair bit of the time, but just a little untrustworthy for me here on the top spot. And then finally, I go to the number 3, Easter Sunday Girl, who comes in here fresh off a win. It was her first start since October, and she ran very well. I loved the trip that she got in there. She was mid-pack. The speed certainly set up. I mean, horses like Captain Clutch want to be forward, but she was much the best, drawing clear by over 2 lengths. And I feel like she was disrespected at the windows based on her other start here, where she really didn't fire. But you look at that effort, it was late in the year. She showed speed, different tactics, fresh legs, and she was able to deliver. I do think this group, in my opinion, is tougher than what she faced last time out. But in terms of recent forms and trips to the winner's circle, she is the one to focus in on. But for me, I'll go to the 4 here on top, that being Brazilian Legacy, followed by the 5, she's hot to trot. And then underneath, we'll take a look here at the 3, Easter Sunday Girl. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $20,250. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Race 1 post parade. Number 1 is Night Saber. Chad Lee riding for owner-trainer Barbara Bailey. Number 2 is No Visor racing for Jakara Farms. Steve Jadu riding for trainer Carlos Grant. Number 3 is Easter Sunday Girl. Edgar Zenteno has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tessa Passero. Number 4 is Brazilian Legacy. Deshaun Gaskin pilots for trainer Tony Adamo and owners Bermuda Blue Farm and Icon Racing Stables. Completing the field, number 5, She's Hot to Trot. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickedans. 2 minutes to post for race 1. Early pick 5 wagering kicks off here. Not too much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. 3 to 5 favorite is the number 4, Brazilian Legacy. 7 to 2 support on the number 5, She's Hot to Trot. Race 1 starts the early pick 5 on today's card. Be sure to get those wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 1 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Brazilian Legacy still the 4-5 favorite, 3-1 on She's Hot to Trot, 7-2 on No Visor. Got a field of 5 fillies and mares to kick off Wiener Dog Day here at Fort Erie Racetrack. First to go in will be Night Saber with Chad Lee. No Visor and Steve Jadu. Easter Sunday Girl, a last out winner, Edgar Zenteno. Brazilian Legacy with Deshaun Gaskin to gate 4. Last up will be She's Hot to Trot with Deshaun Bino. All set. They're off. Pretty good beginning. Brazilian Legacy out a bit slowly. Out well from the outside as She's Hot to Trot with Easter Sunday Girl. Very little pace on as they race out of the chute, crawling early. Night Saber stalking from third, trying to advance. Splitting horses now with Brazilian Legacy fourth. Then it's another 2 to No Visor. They race within the 5 furlong pole. Night Saber was not content to sit behind. She now has a narrow head in front of Easter Sunday Girl as they complete the opening quarter in 24-1. She's Hot to Trot back into third, 2 lengths off the dueling leaders with Brazilian Legacy, who's worked her way down to the inside. No Visor can still see them all. Just over 3 furlongs to travel. It's Night Saber on the outside of Easter Sunday Girl, head and head midway round the bend. She's Hot to Trot, asked to keep up now. Brazilian Legacy stalling in fourth, about to be joined by No Visor, who's come to the outside. 47-2. It's route fractions with a quarter of a mile to go. Night Saber in the red on the outside of Easter Sunday Girl in the blue. She's Hot to Trot down the outside. 3 lengths back to Brazilian Legacy and No Visor. At the furlong pole, 3 across the track. Night Saber trying to put away Easter Sunday Girl. She's Hot to Trot and Deshaun Bino coming down the outside. She's Hot to Trot and Night Saber down to the wire. She's Hot to Trot prevails. She's Hot to Trot a neck to Night Saber, then Easter Sunday Girl, Brazilian Legacy and No Visor, 6.5 and 119 flat. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 5, She's Hot to Trot, second number 1, Night Saber. Third, number 3, Easter Sunday Girl, and fourth, number 4, Brazilian Legacy. Unofficial race 1 order, 5-1-3-4. Back in front of us, entering the winner's circle, is the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 5, She's Hot to Trot. She's Hot to Trot is a 7-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Jiu-Jitsu Jacks out of Blanche de Flirt, a homebred here in Ontario for owner Bruno Chickadans. Piloted to victory today by Deshaun Bino, She's Hot to Trot is trained by Julie Mathis. First win of the season and third lifetime win for She's Hot to Trot. She stalks the pace and gets up at the wire, completing the 6.5 furlongs in a winning time of 119 flat. Congratulations to the connections of She's Hot to Trot. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. She's Hot to Trot returns $8.80 to win, $4.40 and $3.60. Second, number 1, Night Saber, $9 to place, $4.40. Third, number 3, Easter Sunday Girl, $4.40 to show. $2 exacta, 5-1, $54.10. The $1 try, 5-1-3, $94.70. $1 super, 5-1-3-4, $194.65. I'd like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. We're also proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. And if you're on site with us today, be sure to head down to customer service. We have new dog shirts available. Race 2 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 2 going to kick off the early pick 4. It's a 6-furlong event here for the fillies and mares. $4,000 is the claiming price, and we have a field of 5 going forward. We talked about the opener being wide open. I feel like this race is the same thing. There are a lot of horses that I think could take the steps forward and pick up another win and add that to their resume. I'll kick things off with the number 4, Rifling, who reminds me a little bit of She's Hot to Trot, who just took the opener. A lot of seconds. She's not necessarily winning her races, but she shows up every single time. And in her return this year, I thought she ran very well in there to finish second, defeated by half a length behind Strike Accord. And she is a horse that you go back historically, she could actually be a little bit more forward. And as of late, she's been trying to rally from, say, 3-4 lengths off of it, even more off of it last time out, has been able to do so. So I hope that she gets a good position here with this being a compact field. If speed wants to go, I think it's drawn to her inside and her outside, and she could sit the trip. So use Rifling on top. Others to consider, the 5, Chrome's Big Break. You always go back to her 2024 season where she was just an absolute win machine. And in her next 2 seasons so far, it hasn't panned out. In 2025, she was just 1 for 7. She's still looking for her first win on the year, but I thought her return was good. She was just second best behind Signature Ring. And then more recently, they jumped her up to the $7,000 claiming level. And we'll see some of those horses later today, including Ash Carnelli and Van Du. I just think that bunch was saltier. This is the class relief that she needs. She's in the right spot. She's drawn ideal to the outside. And when we talk about form cycles, we're always thinking second, third start off the freshening. So that might be the perfect key to her success today. So Chrome's Big Break underneath. And finally, the 3, Frack Amore. I did like what I saw just now in the paddock. She does have an equipment change a different bit, because when you look at some of her races, she's gotten out a little bit. And when you do that, you're giving up ground to your competitors. And we know that she's extremely quick. She wasn't able to make the lead last time out, but 2 starts back she was. And the difference was that was going long. I thought that was going to set her up for a little bit of a better performance last time out, but as I mentioned, she's given up ground. I think that could be a big difference today. And if she breaks on top, and for some reason Chrome's Big Break isn't able to push her as hard, this race could be certainly over. So you can't leave out Frack Amore by any means with her early foot and the fact that she's proven here, even on a big stage in a stakes race here at Fort Erie. But for me, we'll try to get Rifling home, see if she can pick up her 4th career victory in her 30th start. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $18,750. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Me Tormenta. Steve Jadu riding for trainer Lindsay Hode and owner Twin Eagle Stable. Number 2 is Nicole's Song racing for Tessa Passero. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Joe Humber. Number 3 is Frackamore. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 4 is Rifling. Chad Lee in the saddle for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Norm Files, and Sean Brinda. Completing the field, number 5, Chrome's Big Break. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pierre Crete. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here in race 2. Race 2 field is making their way into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Number 5, Chrome's Big Break, your 7-5 favorite, 2-1 on both number 3, Frackamore, and number 4, Rifling. This race kicks off the early pick 4 on today's card. Get your wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading. First up will be Me Tormenta with Steve Jadu. Nicole Song and Deshaun Gaskin to gate 2. Frackamore and Kirk Johnson looking to give trainer Julie Mathis both ends of today's early double. Rifling and Chad Lee co-favored at 8-5 as they step up. Last in will be Chrome's Big Break and Ishmael Mascara. Favoritism slightly now on Frackamore as we await Chrome's Big Break to complete the line. And Chrome's Big Break goes up. All set. They're off. Me Tormenta was out a step slowly. Fast from the far outside is Chrome's Big Break with Frackamore between horses. Nicole Song ridden down along the inside with Rifling 3 deep. It's 5 lengths back to the trailing Me Tormenta. The top 4 are fairly clustered. Nicole Song wants to slip up the inside and apply the pressure to Chrome's Big Break. Now puts the head in front with those blue blinkers. Frackamore tugging at Kirk Johnson, 3rd on the inside of Rifling, and still 4 to Me Tormenta. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter. It's a battle up front between Nicole Song, the long shot, with Chrome's Big Break at 5-2. Frackamore biding her time, looking to find room up the inside with Rifling and Chad Lee to her outside. Jadu asked Me Tormenta to keep up in the trailing position. Just over 2 furlongs to travel. Chrome's Big Break trying to get the better of Nicole Song now. Frackamore still looking for somewhere to go on the inside as Rifling swings wide at the head of the lane. They corner. It's still Nicole Song and Chrome's Big Break. Frackamore has room up the inside if good enough, but Rifling down the far outside has stuck her neck in front. It's Rifling and Chad Lee. Nicole Song not done with yet. Nicole Song and Deshaun Gaskin battling back. Rifling a short lead. Coming down to the wire. Rifling, Nicole Song, Rifling in a photo. Rifling and Chad Lee over Nicole Song, then Frackamore, Me Tormenta, and Chrome's Big Break. 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 3. Photo finish in race 2. Hold all tickets. In the win photo, it's the number 4, Rifling, over the number 2, Nicole Song. Third, number 3, Frackamore. Fourth, number 1, Me Tormenta. Unofficial race 2 order, 4-2-3-1. And now back in front of us, the unofficial race 2 winner, number 4, Rifling. Rifling is a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Reload out of Eustacia, bred here in Ontario by Highfield Investment Group and Curtis Landry. Congratulations to jockey Chad Lee on his first Fort Erie winner, the first of many. Rifling is trained by Mike Blake for the ownership of Ascot Stud, Norman Files, and Sean Brinda. 4th lifetime win in 30 starts for Rifling. Prevails in the win photo today to complete the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Rifling. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. Race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Rifling returns $7.30 to win, $4.50 and $2.10. Long shot number 2, Nicole Song, $18.10 to place, $3. Third number 3, Frackamore, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta 4-2, $133.30. The $1 try 4-2-3, $154.55. $1 super 4-2-3-1, $409.20. And the $2 double 5-4, $41.20. On screen now is the win photo from race 2. Now on screen, the 4th place photo from race 2. We had a claim in race 2. The winner, Rifling, claimed by David Mathis, moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis. And we'd like to give a shout out to our partner at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Race 3 changes. An overweight on the number 2 Arctic Velocity, 1 pound over at 118. 18 minutes to post.
Race 3 up next, a maiden special weight event here at 6.5 furlongs on the main track. We do have a field of 5 going postward. Now, 4 horses in here exit a key race. They all participated against one another, but the main thing, that was on the grass, and that was going 2 turns. So they're going to lose a turn. They're going to move here to the main track, and I'm curious to see how that pans out for a few of them. But thinking about dirt form, thinking about dirt sprinters, it wouldn't be a shock here to see the 4 Speedy Connection be able to hold here on the main track. You look at those last 2 and even go further back, 3, 4, 5 back. He's been close to getting the job done, but he just hasn't been able to hang on in the final stages. So for him, I do certainly like the cutback. Mentioning the 7-ace race would have been around 2 turns here on the grass. Like the cutback, like the fact that he is speedy and he's by super speedy. They just do so well here, and I think the dirt really could help him here. So I think maybe start number 7 will be the lucky one, and he'll be able to break through. So he is the top pick. I will say the paddock pick, though, is going to be the 5. I like it when it snows. He's a 5-year-old gelding. You just look at him. He's a pretty big horse. You wonder a little bit if it took him time to get to the races because of his size and just needing time to develop and mature. And Doug and I talked about it. His race last time out, his first start of the year, by no means was it bad. He ran well. His antics were a little much, but so far very well behaved. He's going to get back on the dirt, where his best placing to date was over the surface 2 starts back. It was at the distance. He was in for a tag that day, but he was just second best in that event, beaten by 2. So excited to see if he can take another step forward. His Beyer speed figure boosted last time out. I hope it's more of a maturity thing rather than a surface angle. And finally, rounding out my top 3, the inside runner, the number 1, Wood Glen Court here, goes out for Bill McMahon off a 3rd place finish, where this one chased the pace throughout and just came up a little bit short behind Sunset Skippy and Speedy Connection, but took a nice step forward. This horse did have a dirt race here, 2 back, towards the beginning of the meet in that opening day race, the Sprint into Summer Cup, where it just never really got going, wasn't forward. So don't want to hold that race necessarily against him. He was much sharper out of the gate in the following start. We'll see if he wants to sprint here on the main track. He'll get Edgar Zenenteno aboard. But for me, we'll see if the 4 Speedy Connection can take them all the way here, first time on the dirt. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. Traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $26,550. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Wood Glen Court. Edgar Centeno riding for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon. Number 2 is Arctic Velocity. Corey Jordan has the call for trainer Paul Epien and owner MPB Stables. Radcliffe Racing Stable owned the number 3 Frack City. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Ken Smith. Number 4 is Speedy Connection. Zerrell Ford riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Completing the field, number 5, I Like It When It Snows. Steve Jadu rides. Doug Carter trains in Pardones with Terry Carter. 1 minute to post for race 3. Not too much time left to get those race 3 wagers in. The bettors have a decisive favorite here in the number 4 Speedy Connection at 2-5. This race starts another rolling pick 3 on the day. Be sure to get those race 3 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 3 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Speedy Connection, still the 2 to 5 favorite. 4 to 1 on the number 5. I Like It When It Snows. First to come up will be Wood Glen Court with Edgar Zenteno. The filly, Arctic Velocity with Corey Jordan to gate 2. Frack City making his first start of the season, Juan Crawford aboard. The favorite, Speedy Connection and Zerrell Ford. Last in will be I Like It When It Snows with Steve Jadu. All set. They're off. I Like It When It Snows was out slowly. Speed from the outside from Speedy Connection. Frack City between horses with Wood Glen Court forwardly placed out of the chute. A gap of 3 to the filly, Arctic Velocity, and I Like It When It Snows can see them all. 5 furlongs to travel. It's the favorite, Speedy Connection. He easily cruised to the lead at 1 to 9. He's up by 1 3 parts to Frack City on the outside of Wood Glen Court in the purple cap. 22 3 for the opening quarter. It's 7 lengths back to I Like It When It Snows, who's overtaken Arctic Velocity. They reach the 3.5. It's Speedy Connection and Zerrell Ford still moving comfortably. Wood Glen Court and Edgar Zenteno a clear second now as Crawford asked Frack City to keep up. Well back to Arctic Velocity and Corey Jordan, and I Like It When It Snows and Steve Jadu. Just over 2 furlongs to travel. It's been a one-horse race throughout. Speedy Connection and Zerrell Ford. He's yet to ask this one for much. Now he gives him a little nudging as they hit the top of the stretch. Wood Glen Court well back, trying to hold second as Frack City tires. Arctic Velocity and I Like It When It Snows. Speedy Connection, he looks like he's out for a morning breeze. He's up by 5. Wood Glen Court, the only one with any remote chance, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere close to Speedy Connection. Speedy Connection ridden out by Zerrell Ford, Wood Glen Court second best, then Frack City, Arctic Velocity, and I Like It When It Snows, 117 4. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 4, Speedy Connection. Second, number 1, Wood Glen Court. Third, number 3, Frack City. And fourth, number 2, Arctic Velocity. Unofficial race 3 order, 4-1-3-2. Back in front of the grandstands, about to enter the winner's circle, is the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 4, Speedy Connection. Speedy Connection is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Super Speedy out of Reconnect, bred here in Ontario by Colebrook Farms. Ridden to victory today by Zerrell Ford, Speedy Connection is trained by Tony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. An easy maiden score for Speedy Connection. He goes gate to wire, never threatened, 6.5 in 117 and 4. Congratulations to the connections of Speedy Connection. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. A short price on Speedy Connection, $220 to win, $210, $210. Second, number 1, Wood Glen Court, $240 to place, $210. Third, number 3, Frack City, $410 to show. $2 exacta, 4-1, $330. The $1 try, 4-1-3, $14.90. $1 super, 4-1-3-2, $42.80. $2 double, a pair of fours, $12.70. And the $1 pick 3, $24.05. Be sure to come out next Tuesday, July 21st, for our next free summer concert featuring Almost Cool. Fort Erie is proud to partner with a Niagara Rhinoplasty of Dr. Jeff M. Robichaux at 23 Hanover Drive in St. Catharines. Contact info on screen. I'd also like to give a shout out to our partner at Portage M&A Advisory. You've already made history. Now it's time to make your future. Portage. Contact info on screen. Race 4 is coming up in 22 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 4 going to kick off the late pick 5. It's at 6 furlongs here on the main track for the Colts and Geldings. It's a claiming event in for the price of $6,250. And it's a very competitive event top to bottom. I think it's really going to come down to trips in here. There is a fair bit of speed. Horses like Forest Flash like to be forward. Cantucci as well. And then you still have your deeper closers in here. Horses like Paperback Hero. But I did think in terms of the setup with some pace signed on, if a horse can stalk and sit the trip, they might find themselves in the winner's circle. So for me, I do go to the number 1, Blue Max, who's had a little bit of a freshening after that winter down at Mahoning Valley, where he had a really good start. I mean, he wrapped up the year pretty strong. He was able to pick up a win, and then he picked up a couple of other wins along the way, including the last time we saw him. And that was a race where a lot of moisture in the track. You see that a lot of the time through his run lines, but because it was a sloppy track, he was used a little bit more and still very productive on the front end, was able to get the job done by half a length. And like seeing him here back at Fort Erie, he's a 3-time winner. He's very honest. You can see that in his resume, and I just think it does come down to where he could be early on. The other speed can go, and hopefully he sits, saves ground, and is able to come with a run. So Blue Max for me on top. I will say the 2, Forest Flash. It was funny. I was just looking at him at the age of 5. You don't necessarily think horses are going to grow a lot more, but this horse is really taken form now at the age of 5. Really impressed with the way he looks physically. He is very speedy, and we've seen that time and time again, and just Jeff Boyce here has done a really good job with him. They had him in the past. He returned to the barn. He was able to cap off in his first start on the return late last year with a win. And so far this year, he's shown his speed, but he hasn't been able to prevail. You think he probably needed that race in the return, and then second time out, wasn't an easy spot when you look at that long run aftercare retirement stakes. I mean, you're talking about the likes of Garofoli, Pat's Gamble, Star Scholar, who came back to win here on the grass. I just think for him, this is the perfect time. He drops in class. It's going to sprint here on the main track, and more importantly, it's just significant class relief. So in terms of a paddock pick, he would be the horse for me. And then finally from here, the 5, Paperback Hero, another one, a big fan of his. Very honest. He's going to try to roll from off of it. I loved his effort too back, where he's another one. He probably needed the race on the return. He came back. He was flying late. I actually thought he was going to get up. And the trip that he got versus Silent Miracle, just worlds apart. Very different. So huge effort. He jumped up in class last time out. Was in for 8,000 in a tough group, which we'll see a couple of those horses later today. And I think he just never really fired from the back of the pack. So maybe he had an off day. I do think if the pace is quick early on, he will be closing, and a horse that I think you do have to consider in the bottom of the exotics. But for me, we'll see if Blue Max is ready to roll here in his Fort Erie return. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $24,375. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 4 post parade, number 1 is Blue Max. Kirk Johnson rides for owner-trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Number 2 is Forest Flash. Ishmael Mosquera pilots for trainer Jeff Boyce, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Number 3 is Attestation. Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 4 is Cantucci racing for Bailey Ann Spin. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer George Newland. Number 5 is Paperback Hero. Helen Vanek in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Completing the field, number 6, Thelonious. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Ken Smith and owner Ashley Palmer. 3 minutes to post for race 4. Late pick 5 wagering kicks off here. Race 4 field is heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get those race 4 wagers in. Wide open betting board, co-favored at 5-2 are number 1 Blue Max and number 5 Paperback Hero. This race kicks off the late pick 5 on today's card. Get those wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism is shifted to the number 2 Forest Flash, but several could end up being favorites at the last click. The first in will be Blue Max and Kirk Johnson. Forest Flash and Ishmael Mascara to gate 2. Attestation, the son of American Pharaoh, with Deshaun Gaskin. Next up will be Cantucci off the claim. Alexis Sanchez aboard. Paperback Hero and Helen Vanek. Last in will be Thelonious with Deshaun Bino looking for his second win on the card. All set for the late pick 5. They're off. Very good beginning. Attestation out well from the center. Splitting horses Cantucci and Forest Flash also forwardly placed. Now Attestation takes back. Paperback Hero is racing 4 deep between horses with Thelonious to his outside and Blue Max not too far off the pace, now advancing into the pack on the inside. There's only 4 lengths front to back. It's a tightly compact group. Forest Flash bet down to 6-5 under Ishmael Mascara, has a half-length lead on Cantucci. Paperback Hero well positioned third on the outside with Blue Max and Kirk Johnson fourth. Then Attestation and Deshaun Bino and Thelonious and Deshaun Bino. Forest Flash shaking clear of Cantucci, who's ridden to keep up. Paperback Hero also asks for more now from third as Blue Max begins to stall in fourth. Then Attestation and Thelonious. 2 furlongs to travel. It's still Forest Flash. He went the half in 45 seconds flat, and he's up by 4 at the head of the lane. Cantucci trying to hold second from Paperback Hero. Blue Max comes to the far outside. Mascara goes to the whip on Forest Flash. He's trying to take them gate to wire. Paperback Hero coming into second. A late rally from Attestation. Coming down to the wire. Forest Flash, gate to wire. Forest Flash wins by 2.5 over Cantucci, then Attestation and Paperback Hero. 6 furlongs and 1:10-1. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 2, Forest Flash. Second, number 4, Cantucci. Third, number 3, Attestation. And fourth, number 5, Paperback Hero. Unofficial race 4 order, 2, 4, 3, 5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's fourth race, number 2, Forest Flash. Forest Flash is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Super Speedy out of Forest Love, bred here in Ontario by John Carey. Ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mascara, Forest Flash is trained by Jeff Boyce, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atto. First win of the season for Forest Flash, his 5th lifetime win in 24 starts, a front-end score, 6 furlongs, and a winning time of 1:10-1. Congratulations to the connections of Forest Flash. Race 4 prices will be up shortly. Prices are up. Forest Flash, $4.60 to win, $2.90 and $2.40. Second, number 5, Cantucci, $5 to place, $3.10. Third, number 3, Attestation, $2.80 to show. $2 Exacta, 2-4, $18.50. The $1 Try, 2-4-3, $26.20. $1 Super, 2-4-3-5, $55.35. $2 Double, 4-2, $5.20. And the $1 Pick 3, $14.45. This year, the Trackside Tiki Bar has been sponsored by The Place Bar and Grill. The place to go after the races, 981 Garrison Road. This year, we've partnered with FINA Insurance Solutions. FINA will see you through to the finish line, located in Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Caledonia. And this year's Fort Foodie Fest has been sponsored by TELUS. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding in more areas of St. Catharines. Race 5 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
4 down, 4 to go here as we get ready for race number 5. This is where the quality on the card comes through, as the back half is tremendous. We have an allowance, 2 starter optional claiming events, and a turf race. Now in this allowance event, it's for non-winners of 3 lifetime. They'll compete here on the main track at 6.5 furlongs. A field of 6 will go postward, and most of my interest is here on the number 5, Cooler Man, for Roy Augustino. He sends out a pair in here. He has this one as well as Catholic Jackie. And looking at Cooler Man, since getting to the dirt here at Fort Erie and joining the barn, he's done very little wrong. We saw in his first race here, he was second best behind Sterling Castle, and then last time out narrowly missed. That was at the 6 furlong distance by a neck behind Short Story Long, who was pretty impressive that day. I really think going from 6 to 6.5 furlongs helps him. I like where he's drawn here. I'm not going to say that he's slow, but I'm also not going to say that he's fast. And I think where he's towards the outside here, he'll be able to just get into a good position rhythm early on. And a lot of credit here to Mikey David, who's been aboard this one in those 2 starts and has made the most of those opportunities. So we'll see if Cooler Man can break through, get that 3rd career victory in this spot. I thought his main rival might be the horse to his outside, the 6 Globetrotting here, who is a horse that you look at his last couple, may not love them, but just a different ball game. One of those races was on the Tapeta up at Woodbine, and then more recently on the turf, going 2 turns here, where I didn't mind where he was early on, but he backed out of it. And just curious to see what he can do on the return to the dirt. The barn has had him in the past, had some success with him this winter down at Mahoning Valley, where he picked up a second in his first start for the barn, and then also picked up a win. And I just feel like looking at the trips that he's gotten in some of those, he's interesting. He could be forward here from the outside draw, but he could also sit. And I think looking at the fractions in those races, some of them they weren't all that quick, and they were going around 2 turns. But I do think 6.5 could be the right distance for him. So he'll be my second choice in here. And then finally the 3 Golden Test. He's 5-2 on the morning line. I just don't know if I necessarily trust him. You know, the barn, you have to respect what they've been able to do this meet, 55%. But I look at his performances, and maybe you can make a case for the race 2 back that he didn't like the off track. And then you look at him last time out, we saw him at Mahoning Valley. It's a deeper track, and he showed that speed and he backed out of it. When he is good, he is very good and can be tough in here. We saw that when he picked up his 2nd career victory 3 starts back. But I just felt like the price could be short on him in here and wanted to look elsewhere. But as I mentioned, you have to respect the barn, certainly in every spot that they are. But for me, top pick goes to the number 5, Cooler Man. We'll see if he can pick up his 3rd career victory here in the upcoming 5th. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. Race 5 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $28,800. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 5 post parade, number 1 is Lawn Rose Gamble. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Mike Cohen and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Number 2 is My Math is Correct. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 3 is Golden Test. Zerrell Ford has the call for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 4 is Catholic Jackie, racing for John DeMatteo. Brian Shane riding for trainer Roy Augustino. Also from the barn of Roy Augustino is number 5, Cooler Man. Mikey David rides for owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Completing the field, number 6, Globetrotting. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Race 5 kicks off the late pick 4. Get those wagers in. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. Current favorite at 4-5 is the number 5, Cooler Man. 4-1 on the number 2, My Math is Correct. Get those late pick 4 wagers in. They're heading to post shortly. Race 5 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on the number 5 Cooler Man. We begin to load for the first leg of the late pick 4. First up will be Lawn Rose Gamble and Emil Ramsamy. Last out winner, My Math Is Correct, with Kirk Johnson. Golden Test, looking to give Zero Ford, Tony Adamo, and Icon Racing Stables their second win on the day. Catholic Jockey, making his Ford Erie debut with Brian Shane. Cooler Man and Mikey David at 4-5. Last in will be Globetrotting, Deshaun Gaskin, and the Colebrook Silks. So we still wait for Cooler Man. Cooler Man goes up and backs back out. Still waiting for Cooler Man. Still favored, but gone up to 9-5 as Golden Test has been bet down to 2-1. Cooler Man almost in the starting gate. And it looks like Cooler Man is in now. Globetrotting to complete the line. Globetrotting goes up, all set. They're off. Good speed from Golden Test. My Math Is Correct, and Globetrotting out wide on the course. Between horses, Catholic Jockey racing in mid-pack with the stablemate Cooler Man to his outside and Lawn Rose Gamble at the back. They race out of the chute and onto the course proper. It's Golden Test and Zero Ford on top with My Math Is Correct, tracking on the outside in second. A length and a half to Globetrotting in third with Lawn Rose Gamble fourth, racing 2 lengths better than Cooler Man, and Catholic Jockey is the new trailer. They race within the half. The first quarter was 22-4. It's Golden Test looking to make all, being tracked by My Math Is Correct. Globetrotting and Lawn Rose Gamble races a pair. Cooler Man is 6 lengths off the lead in fifth with Catholic Jockey to his inside trailing the field. 5/16 left to travel, 45-2. The pace is quick. The field is getting a bit more compact now. My Math Is Correct, trying to come after Golden Test, who still leads the way. Globetrotting swings to the far outside. Cooler Man begins to rally with Lawn Rose Gamble. It's Golden Test clinging to the lead, but Globetrotting and My Math Is Correct have overtaken. Globetrotting and Deshaun Gaskin up by a length and opening up. Cooler Man and Catholic Jockey both closing from the Mac, but Globetrotting kicking clear to win. Globetrotting goes on to win by 3.5. Catholic Jockey up for second, then Lawn Rose Gamble, Cooler Man, My Math Is Correct, and Golden Test. 6.5 and 117-4. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 6, Globetrotting. Second, number 4, Catholic Jackie. Third, number 1, Lawn Rose Gamble. And fourth, number 5, Cooler Man. Unofficial race 5 order, 6-4-1-5. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 6, Globetrotting. Globetrotting is a 4-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by Liam's Map out of Irene Adler, a homebred here in Ontario for Colebrook Farms. Ridden victory today by Deshaun Gaskin, Globetrotting is trained by Kevin Buttigieg. Third lifetime win in 16 starts for Globetrotting, who rallies for an easy score down the far outside to complete the 6.5 furlongs in a winning time of 1:17.4. Congratulations to the connections of Globetrotting. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Globetrotting returns $840 to win, $470 and $370. Second, number 4, Catholic Jackie, $630 to place, $410. Third, number 1, Lawn Rose Gamble, $680 to show. $2 exacta, $6.4, $53.40. The $1 try, $6.41, $110.90. $1 super, $6.415, $221.90. $2 double, $2.6, $13.90. $1 pick 3, $13.40. $1 early pick 4, $74.70. And the $1 early pick 5 returned $383.25. On screen now is the 4th place photo from race 5. So on screen now we've got a diagram of the track showing the registration and preparation area for the dog races. This is how things will be organized for the wiener dog races coming up after the last horse race of the day. And a reminder that the draw for the non-winning ticket will be after race 6. Race 6 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 6 going to kick off our final pick 3 of the day. It's for fillies and mares, a really nice starter optional claiming event, and they'll compete here at the 5.5 furlong distance on the main track. A field of 7 going postward. It's going to be interesting to see how this race shapes out, because in terms of the early pace, there are plenty of speedy types in here. I do think naturally a couple are quicker than others, and maybe horses that want to be forward are going to have to be comfortable rating. For me, I do go to the 4 Nice Baby, who is a speed horse, typically is quite forward, but the thing I like about her is the fact that she can rate if necessary. So if other speed is just quicker out of the gate, I think she'll be fine and content just tracking off that speed. And that could be the case. Maybe Van Du is a little bit more involved and she has to sit off of it. You look at her last year, she was just 1 for 6. She had a really nice campaign in 2024. She won a pair of races here. She won a race down at Tampa Bay Downs, and a horse that, you know, they took a shot after that turf win 2 starts back. They sent her up to Woodbine. It was a tough starter optional claiming event. She showed that speed in a really big field, and she just wasn't able to get the job done, but a very different ball game on the Tapeta going 7A. So I love her here on the return at 5.5. We'll see if she's fresh and ready to roll. Now, others to maybe look at, the 2 Forest B. She started her year off quite strong up at Woodbine. She had a couple of in-the-money finishes where in one of them she was really close to it, actually made the lead at one point, and then just sort of flattened in her return. And then she came back and she tried to rally from off of it. So she is handy. I guess I wanted to get to her on the top spot because I thought she could offer value in this spot, and she does really like it here as a 3-time winner. But my concern was the last time we saw her and she won, she went gate to wire and she caught a sizable advantage at one point in the field. And I just don't know if that's going to happen against this group. I do think that a couple others could be a little faster than her. They're drawn to her outside. And we'll have to see if she can kind of withstand that sort of pressure. But I can't knock her. She absolutely loves it here. I mentioned the 3 wins. She's 7 for 10 in the money here on the main track. And then finally, the number 7, Ash Carnelli. If things are really rocking and rolling, she's going to close. I don't mind the outside for her. She comes in here fresh off a win. We saw these connections team up in the prior race. They'll try to do the same thing. And I do wonder where she could be here early on. Could she be just a tad closer? Maybe that's the right sort of place to be. When we saw that with Globetrotting, I think kind of being there on the outside and just being in a good position could make all the difference. You can see getting ahead here going by me right now. But it's really going to come down to the tempo in here. We've seen some really quick times. We've seen a lot of horses that you either have to be forward or be just tracking off of it. So we'll see if Nice Baby can get the job done here. I'll go to that one on top, followed by the 2 Forest B, and round out my top 3 with the 7 Ash Carnelli. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is a starter optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $25,050. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Sicilian Grandma. Steve Jadu rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 2 Forest B. The rider is Jalon Samuel. Number 3 is Van Du. Edgar Zenteno in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 4 is Nice Baby, racing for Icon Racing Stables. Zerrell Ford rides for trainer Tony Adamo. Number 5 is Because. Alexis Sanchez pilots for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Aaron Rickman owns and trains the number 6 Getting Ahead. The rider is Brian Shane. Completing the field, number 7 Ash Carnelli, Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. 1 minute to post for race 6. Last chance to play a pick 3 on today's card. Starting gate about to take position. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Current favorite at 5-2 is the number 7 Ash Carnelli. There's several taking money here. This is the last chance to play a pick 3 today at Fort Erie. Get those wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Still favored at 2-1 is the number 7, Ash Carnelli. Field of 7 fillies and mares to go to post here. First in will be Sicilian Grandma with Steve Jadu. 1 of 2 for Steve Cathcart and Pan Am Racing in this field. Gate 2 for Forest B with Jalon Samuel. Van Du and Edgar Zenteno. Nice Baby kicks off her season here under Zerrell Ford. Because the Oklahoma bred with Alexis Sanchez. Getting Ahead and Brian Shane. Getting Ahead, Fractious behind the gate. Standby. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the track veterinarian, we have a late scratch here in race 6. Take out the number 6, Getting Ahead. Number 6, Getting Ahead, a late vet scratch here in race 6. Slight delay before the start of the race. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super. And double wagers onto the number 6, Getting Ahead, will be refunded. Be a consolation double paid out. If you had Getting Ahead in any live pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Still time to get race 6 wagers in. We have a slight delay as we await Getting Ahead to be removed from the racetrack. She's coming around the turn now. Once she is safely off the track, we will complete the loading of today's 6th race and we'll be ready to go. Once again, that is a late vet scratch here in race 6 of the number 6, Getting Ahead. Ash Carnelli to the outside. Now Forest B advancing on the inside of the pack into a stalking position as Ash Carnelli falls back. Sicilian Grandma can see them all. They race within the half. It's a speed duel up front. Van Du and Neck to Nice Baby on the outside. Because making a 3-deep move as Forest B bides her time in 4th. It's a gap of 3.5 to Ash Carnelli racing in 5th and Sicilian Grandma still the trailer. 22-2 for the opening quarter. 3 across the track as Because comes up 3 deep with Alexis Sanchez. Van Du and Zenteno with Nice Baby and Zerrell Ford in between. Jalon Samuel takes Forest B off the inside to try and launch her rally. Then Ash Carnelli and Sicilian Grandma. Many in with a chance with a furlong to go. Van Du still there. Nice Baby between. Because begins to stall. Here comes Ash Carnelli. Deshaun Gaskin making the same move. Deshaun Gaskin and Ash Carnelli swoop down the far outside. Because digging back in, down to the wire, photo. I think it's Because and Alexis Sanchez. Ash Carnelli, then Van Du, Sicilian Grandma, Nice Baby, and Forest B. 104-3. Photo finish in race 6. Hold all tickets. In the photo, it's the number 5, Because, over the number 7, Ash Carnelli. Third, number 3, Van Du. Fourth, number 1, Sicilian Grandma. Unofficial race 6 order, 5731. Back in front of us, returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 5, Because. Because is a 7-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Den's Legacy out of Because of Me, bred in Oklahoma by Victor Hansen. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez. Because is trained by Steve Cathcart for Pan Am Racing. Third win of the year for Because, her 8th lifetime win. The Oklahoma bred takes her Fort Erie debut. She looked tired, but came back on again for the win to complete the 5.5 furlongs in 104 3. Congratulations to the connections of Because. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. Race 6 is now official. Prices are up. Because returns 12.10 to win, 6.10 and 380. Second, number 7, Ash Carnelli, 370 to place, 260. Third, number 3, Van Du, 380 to show. $2 exacta, 5.7, 31.20. The $1 try, 5.73, 54.75. $1 super, 5.731, $158 even. The $2 double, 6.5, 55.50. The consolation double with the late scratch number 6 was 6.60. $1 pick 3, 81.10. On screen now is the win photo from race 6. So ladies and gentlemen, on screen now we've got a video showing off the map of the facility if you're just arriving, as the Wiener Dog races are coming up soon enough. 2 more horse races to close out the day before the Wiener Dogs take the track. So you can see everything you need to know about what's going on here at Fort Erie today with this video. And a reminder, we've got more dog racing action this summer at Fort Erie. August 3rd, the Basset Hounds and Corgis will be taking the track. Race 7 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
Time for the late double here in race number 7, a starter optional claiming event for the Colton Geldings. They'll compete here at 6 furlongs on the dirt. We do have a field of 6 going postward and some really nice older geldings in here, horses that have been able to put it together, and some younger ones too that as of late have been in good form. I thought in terms of trip, in terms of having a post position that might play in favor of one, I really like where the 6 have to reload is drawn. Helen Vanek was aboard last time out when this one was narrowly defeated, but that was the first race since late October. And going back to that race on June 30th, in terms of trip, was just forward from their get-go, came up a little bit short, and Sea to Air was able to get the job done. I do think it's worth noting there were a couple of scratches in there. It's just a 4-horse field, and I do think it really impacted the way that race was run. So I do expect this one to take a step forward in that second outing this year. We've seen that in the past where he kind of gets a little bit better with some form under his belt. Was consistent last year. I know he didn't win a ton of races, just 1 for 8, but usually shows up, and I think he can build off that 72 Beyer speed figure. So we'll go to have to reload on top. Looking at others, the number 3, Rise My Guy, listed as a gelding for the first time last time out and was able to win fresh off the claim for these connections. Got a nice trip, a horse that typically has been a little further off of it. Looked like Juan Crawford made a little bit of a conscious effort to just have him more involved. He was only a length or 2 off of the action and ended up being much the best in my opinion at a nice price of 11-1. We knew we weren't going to get a good price on him today off of that effort, but I feel like the barn did really well claiming this one, and he's going to have to jump up in class. But look, he's facing a lot of those same rivals, as he did last time out, including Kitty Holiday and Bingo's Grind. And speaking of Bingo's Grind, I use him underneath. I was really rooting for him last time out as he was my top pick, and he's done the same thing twice now where he makes this big move and he sort of hangs there. He just doesn't carry himself to the wire, and he's been racing with blinkers for a long time. I don't know if it's him that he can't see his rivals or he's waiting a little bit, but obviously Kirk Johnson has been aboard him several times, knows him well. Maybe he can take a little bit of a step forward. I wonder what tactics they'll deploy here, having one of the more inside draws. But really respect him, a fan of his work, but I just need to see more. You start to lose a little faith based on the fact that he's come up short in those last 2. So for me, we'll go all the way to the outside. The number 6, Have to Reload, just making that second start now of 2026 as the top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a starter optional claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $25,050. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Kitty Holiday. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner-trainer John Sims. Number 2 is Bingo's Grind. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Gerald Attard. Number 3 is Rise My Guy. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Sharon Chicato, who owns with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Number 4 is Fairway to Heaven. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Steve Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto, Guy Robert Blair, and Dan Blair. Lindsay Hode owns and trains the number 5, Short Story Long. The rider is Steve Jadu. And away from parade, completing the field, number 6, Have to Reload. Helen Vanek in the saddle for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Amanda Enns, Mike Blake Sr., Rachel Stalker Parks, and Mark Stout. Late double wagering offered here in race 7. Not much time to get those wagers in. Field is heading into the chute, the starting gate about to take position. Not much time left to get those race 7 wagers in. 7-5 favorite is number 6, Have to Reload. 7-2 support on number 2, Bingo's Grind, and 3, Rise My Guy. Late double wagering offered here. Field for race 7 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Have to reload, still your 7-5 favorite. Set to begin loading here. First in will be Kitty Holiday and Pierre Mailhot. It's got a very nice breeze outside, keeping things cool on this beautiful summer Sunday. Bingo's Grind and Kirk Johnson have gate 2. Rise My Guy, a last out winner. Deshaun Gaskin aboard. Fairway to Heaven, looking to give Alexis Sanchez and Steve Cathcart back-to-back wins. Last out winner, Short Story Long and Steve Jadu. Last up will be the favorite, Have to Reload, and Helen Vanek. All set. They're off. Bingo's Grind reared up a bit at the start, lost some position, Have to Reload. Out well from the far outside with Rise My Guy. Splitting Horses now Fairway to Heaven, going to try and vie for the lead. Short Story Long tracking from the outside in 4th, racing 2.5 lengths better than Kitty Holiday, and Bingo's Grind at the back. From the outside, it's Have to Reload, but he's not getting the lead easily as Fairway to Heaven intent on pressuring, taking Rise My Guy back to a stalking spot in 3rd, a length and a half better than Short Story Long. The opening quarter is 23 seconds flat. Kitty Holiday asked to keep up from 5th and still well back Bingo's Grind. They race within the 3, Have to Reload, trying to repel the challenge of Fairway to Heaven. Short Story Long puts the head in front of Rise My Guy, who's still traveling well on the inside. Then Kitty Holiday, who's drifting well off the rail. Bingo's Grind still trails. 45 and 2 to the half, they corner, and it's Have to Reload, who's gotten away from Fairway to Heaven, but here comes Rise My Guy off the inside. Short Story Long is stalled. Rise My Guy puts the neck in front of Short Story Long. Late charge from Bingo's Grind from the back, but Rise My Guy going on to an easy score. Rise My Guide rallies impressively under Deshaun Gaskin to win by 2. Then Have to Reload, Fairway to Heaven, and Kitty's Holiday. 6 furlongs and 110 flat. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 3, Rise My Guy. Second, number 6, Have to Reload. Third, number 4, Fairway to Heaven. And fourth, number 1, Kitty Holiday. Unofficial race 7 order, 3, 6, 4, 1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 3, Rise My Guy. Rise My Guy is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Cajun Breeze out of Lulu Laura, bred in Florida by Stonehenge LLC. Second win on the day for jockey Deshaun Gaskin. Rise My Guy is trained by Sharon Chicato. She owns in partnership with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Rise My Guy, 2 for 2 off the claim for these connections. His 5th lifetime win in 36 starts. He rallies to complete the 6 furlongs in a winning time of 1:10 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Rise My Guy. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. Race 7 is official. Prices are up. Rise My Guy pays $8.80 to win, $370 and $260. Second, number 6, Have to Reload, $280 to place, $230. Third, number 4, Fairway to Heaven, $340 to show. $2 Exacta, $3.6, $25.50. The $1 Try, $364, $73.05. $1 Super, $3.641, $198.45. $2 Double, $5.3, $57.50. And the $1 Pick 3, $127.20. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more race left today, and then the Wiener Dogs will be taking over Fort Erie Racetrack, so be sure to stick around for some Wiener Dog action coming up soon. "20 minutes to post for race 8. There are no changes. 20 minutes to the 8th.
We round out the Sunday thoroughbred action here in race number 8. It's our lone turf event on the program at about 7 furlongs. It's for fillies and mares, and they're in for a claiming price of $6,250. And when it comes down to this 7-ace trip, I think the horse to really focus in on is the rail runner, the number 1 Kid Gizmo. You look at her return, maybe you don't like it. I think there's something to really build off of in terms of that turf return. It was her second start of the season. She got on the grass. That's what she wants, but she doesn't want to go 5-ace. She needs more distance. She tried to make a move, just was unable to make a huge impression in there. But I watched the replay. I think there are some things to like. They finally were able to get a race long on the grass for her, and just go back to her performances last year on the turf when she picked up her second and third career victory. She did so really nicely. You can see that she's a little bit closer to the action. I do think by having the inside draw, she should be able to not only save ground, but to be more forward. So I use her on top. In terms of some others to consider, the 6 Hot Omelet, she is as consistent as they come. I mean, sprinting, routing, turf, dirt, really doesn't matter for her. And it was so nice to see her romp last time out, because I had some reservations. I know she went off as the favorite in there, and the betting public thought she'd get the job done, but I was a little disappointed with her effort two back. I thought she'd be better second off the layoff, getting on the dirt, going around 2 turns, and she chased the pace in there, which was set by a little bit of a speedster who backed out of it, and I felt like she was just in contention, was going to be able to blow by that one, and she flattened in there. But last time out on the cutback to 6.5, while in for 5,000. She made the lead, and her and Mikey David cruised to an 8-length victory. Now, I do think she's a better turf mare than she is, dirt mare than she is on the turf, but I keep on going back to her turf efforts, and she still has shown up here. She's 2 for 2 in the money. She will need to do a little bit better, and I do wonder what trip she's going to get in here, because there are some horses that, in terms of where they could be, maybe the horse to her outside shows a little bit of speed. You have other horses also stretching out in distance, so it's going to be really key for her to at least, I think, get somewhat forward and just go at a good tempo. And then finally, I mentioned horses stretching out in distance. The 5 Really Thirsty, she fits the bill. She had some interesting turf form previously going into that race last time out. She got back on the grass. She got a really great ride in there, where she was towards the back, only had 2 rivals behind her, and then rallied late to get up in time over Super Cup to win by a neck. She is going to stretch out in distance. I'm curious to see how that works for her. I feel like I'm on the fence about it. I feel like she might be more of a closing sprinter, and unsure what sort of trip she'll get here on the stretch out to 2 turns. So for me, really looking forward to seeing the 1 Kid Gizmo get that added distance today around 2 turns and make her the top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. Race 8 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000, traveling about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $24,375. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover, $6,094. Race 8 Post Parade, number 1 is Kid Gizmo. Steve Jadu rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Born to Run Racing Stable. Number 2 is Little Fire. Robert Stewart riding for trainer Ken Smith, who owns in partnership with Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is Iron Pyrite. Zerrell Ford has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 4 is Mimi's Holiday. Edgar Zenteno pilots for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 5 is Really Thirsty. Brian Shane riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 6 is Hot Omelette. Mikey David riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Hoy Wing Ip and Michael Chung. Completing the field, number 7, Sparkling Silver. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in race 8. We're on the turf. 1 minute to post. Fillies and Mares are crossing onto the turf course for today's 8th race. Not much time left to get your wagers in. Current favorite at 2-1 is the number 5, Really Thirsty. 5-2 on the number 6, Hot Omelet. And 3-1 on number 1, Kid Gizmo. Over $6,000 in the Jackpot High Five carryover. Get those wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 8 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the last of the day over the extended 7 furlongs on the turf course. Still favored is the number 5, Really Thirsty. First to go in will be Kid Gizmo with Steve Jadu. Still waiting on Kid Gizmo. Kid Gizmo still reluctant to come up. Kid Gizmo still holding up the start of today's 8th and final race. Finally, Kid Gizmo goes up. Little Fire and Robert Stewart making his Fort Erie debut. Best of luck to Robert Stewart. Iron Pyrite and Zerrell Ford. Gate 3. Mimi's Holiday and Edgar Zenteno. Really Thirsty and Brian Shane. Co-favored at 2-1. Hot Omelet with Mikey David. Last in will be Sparkling Silver and Alexis Sanchez. All set for the nightcap. They're off. Mimi's Holiday a bit slow out of the starting gate. Iron Pyrite out well with stablemate Really Thirsty vying for position, but on the outside, Hot Omelet is quickest of all. Sparkling Silver going to be wide into that opening turn. Mid-division, we have Little Fire, who's racing a length and a half better than Kid Gizmo, saving ground with Mimi's Holiday to her outside. 5.5 furlongs to travel. They approach the backstretch. It is Hot Omelet and Mikey David making the pace a half length better to Really Thirsty, who saves ground. 3 deep, Sparkling Silver. Taken back into 4th is Iron Pyrite, about 5 lengths off the leading trio, with Little Fire to her outside in 5th. Kid Gizmo saving ground in 6th, and Mimi's Holiday still at the back. Midway down the backstretch, the opening quarter was 24-1. Little has changed up front. It's still a battle between Hot Omelet, hard-ridden, Really Thirsty on the inside with Sparkling Silver 3 deep. On the inside, Iron Pyrite shares position with Little Fire. Then we have Kid Gizmo looking for somewhere to go, and Mimi's Holiday to her inside. Midway round the turn, just over 2 furlongs to go. Sparkling Silver, the first to call it quits as Really Thirsty takes the lead from Hot Omelet. Iron Pyrite swinging off the inside, and Kid Gizmo has found room up the rail. Just over a furlong to go. It's Really Thirsty and Brian Shane on top, but here comes Iron Pyrite. Kid Gizmo to the far outside with Little Fire. Really Thirsty still clinging to the lead. Here's Iron Pyrite, Kid Gizmo down the far outside. Iron Pyrite puts the head in front. Iron Pyrite and Zero Ford. Iron Pyrite over Really Thirsty, Kid Gizmo, Mimi's Holiday, Hot Omelet, Little Fire, and Sparkling Silver. 125-4. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 3, Iron Pyrite. We had a dead heat for second between number 1, Kid Gizmo, and number 5, Really Thirsty. So unofficial, it's 3 with a 1-5 dead heat here in the 8th and final race of the day. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 8th race, number 3, Iron Pyrite. Iron Pyrite is a 5-year-old bay mare by Golden Sense out of Wiley, bred in Kentucky by Edward Seltzer and Beverly Seltzer. 2 wins on the day for Zero Ford. Iron Pyrite is trained by Julie Mathis. For David Mathis, that's also a double for trainer Julie Mathis today. Fourth lifetime win for Iron Pyrite, who rallies to complete the about 7 furlongs over the turf course in a winning time of 1:25.4. Congratulations to the connections of Iron Pyrite. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Race 8 is now official. Prices are up. Iron Pyrite returns $14.20 to win, $4.10 and $3.30. Kid Gizmo in the dead heat for second, $2.30 to place, $2.50 to show. Really Thirsty in the dead heat for second, $2.10 to show, $2.10 to place, $2.30 to show. The $2 exacta 3-1, $24.40. The $2 exacta 3-5, $19.40. $1 try, 3-1-5, $32.05. 3-5-1, $25.60. $1 super, 3154, $255.50. 3514, $223.60. $1 high five, 31546, $2,088.30. 35146, $1,392.45. Obviously multiple winning tickets in the high five today. So the carryover into next Monday's card will be $7,765.58. $2 double, pair of threes, $57.30. The $1 pick three, $283.25. $1 late pick four, $1,587.60. And the $1 late pick five, $4,135.05. On screen now is the dead heat for place photo from race 8. And on screen now is the 5th place photo from race 8. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Next Monday's carryover will be $7,765.58. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. We're back next week at Fort Erie, Monday the 20th and Tuesday, July 21st. Post time will be 4:30. And next Tuesday, we'll have a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring Almost Cool. Dog races coming up today, but there'll be more dog racing action on August 3rd when the Basset Hounds and Corgis take the track. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our maintenance. And we'd like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care who have been helping us keep our grass looking green and lush. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. Now stick with us for the 2026 Wiener Dog races coming up shortly here at Fort Erie, sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy.
What is up, guys? James here from Fort Erie Racetrack, and we have the Wiener Dogs almost ready to go. We're getting the track ready. The dogs are getting ready. I know you're excited. Just a couple more minutes, and we're going to be out on the track. We got 6 races, then a mixed breed race, and then the winning dogs are going to be getting ready for the grand finale. And I am here with one of our veteran dogs. This is Lil Bow Wow.
Yes, that's Bowser, Little Bow Wow, for short.
And he has been in 6 of our 7 races. He had a really great start. His first time, I believe he won his heat, right?
Yes, he did. He ran his heat, and he likes to size up the competition.
Excellent. So we got a veteran here running. We got some former winners. We got a lot of awesome dogs. Stay tuned. We'll be out in just a couple minutes. You do your thing.
7 years we've been doing it?
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the 7th annual Wiener Dog Races here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Before we get underway, just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors. I'm going to hand the mic over to one of our sponsors who's been here from day one, Dave the Dog Man. Dave, let's get the crowd going.
Hey everyone, my name is Dave McMahon. I'm the owner of the Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy in Niagara Falls. And I wanted to mention that we are in our 7th year of doing the Wiener Dog races here at the Fort Erie Racetrack. I'm a proud sponsor of the Wiener Dog races. I also want to acknowledge the Pet Food Outlet as the other title sponsor of the Wiener Dog races today. How many of you people are excited to see the Wiener Dogs hit the track? Who wants to see those little manja cakes run fast? Woo! Here they come. Good luck to the Wiener Dogs. Give them a round of applause as they're coming out. Yeah, enjoy your day, everybody. Yes. Good, good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for our first Wiener Dog race of the day. Race 1, we have Liberty, Lil Bow Wow, Oscar McAllister, Ichabod, Poppy Lou, Joey Maxwell, Max, Katie, Wally, Chip, Freddie, and Bentley. Some returning names. Some names I recognize from previous years coming back here for the first Wiener Dog race of the year. Everybody's getting ready to take their spot. Oh, and Looks like Poppy Lou's gotten loose before the start, gone right back to the to her position. There we go. Oh, it looks like Max is going to be the first winner of the day. Max, then it was close for second with Oscar McAllister and Poppy Lou. We know Poppy Lou was keen to go. Wally was a little slow to get going, as was Freddie. Is that Freddie, or that might have been Joey Maxwell? But our first race winner was definitely Max. So the official order for the first race of the day was 7-3-5. Max is the winner. Second is Oscar, and third was Poppy Lou. So 7-3-5 in the first dog race of the day. Wiener dog race number 2 coming up shortly. We'll be on the other side of the track for race 2. Race 2 field, we've got Manhattan, Theo, Slink, Phoebe, Blue, Charlie, Leia, Demi, Moose, Olive, and Daisy. So we're going to be going on the other side of the track for the second race. As everybody's getting ready to take their position, names were on screen. Now we're getting ready to go here. Get ready for race 2. Some keen wiener dogs here. Looks like we're just waiting for Theo to get into his position. And it looks like we're all ready for race 2. There's the horn, we're going. Manhattan was really fast early. It looks like speed with Moose. Oh, I'm not sure who won that one. Let's take a look at the replay. It's a pretty competitive race. I think Moose was the winner of race 2, the number 9. Manhattan was really fast early, but I think he got distracted at the end. So we're waiting for our official race 2 numbers. Placing judge Peter Spohr just gave me the numbers. The winner was number 9, Moose. Second was number 1, Manhattan. And third was number 7, Leia. So the race 2 numbers are 917. The winner of race 2 was Moose. Okay, we're moving fast. Race 3 is getting ready. We've got Bjorn, Franny, Carrot, Daisy, Flynn, Riley, Stella, Lambo, another Stella, Dash, and Daphne. They're almost ready for the third Wiener Dog race here for the 2026 Wiener Dog Championship. Cameraman Bob giving us a good view of the race 3 Wiener Dogs here. There's the horn. Oh, big speed from Riley, the number 6 dog. Riley was our race 3 winner. Bit of scattering at the end there. Let's wait for the official numbers. Okay, race 3 winner was number 6 Riley. Second was the 2 Franny. And third was number 8 Lambo. Riley, Franny, and Lambo, your top 3 for Wiener Dog race number 3. Congratulations to Riley, a big winner of the third. Race 4 is up next. We've got Zephyr, Birdie, Freddie, Eugene, Teddy, Ruby, Aka, Frankie, Winnie, and Mia. So we're getting ready to go for the fourth. Inching ever closer to the Wiener Dog Championship. Everyone for race 4 getting into their positions. Big crowd on hand for the Wiener Dog Championships this year. Thank you, everybody who's joined us on this beautiful Sunday. One of our favorite days of the year here at Fort Erie. We've got a big crowd. The first 3 Wiener Dog races have been tremendous. We've got 3 more to go before the mixed breed and then the Grand Championship. Race 4, everybody's almost ready. There's the horn. Oh, we had a bit of a wipeout there, a bit of a roughly run race. I think our winner was Eugene, but thankfully all Wiener Dogs are up and on their feet. In a race with a bit of calamity. Some dirty tactics from Winnie in race 4. But Eugene looks like our race 4 winner, awaiting the official numbers. Okay, we've got our official top 3 in for race 4. The winner was Eugene, the number 4. Second was the 7, Aka. And third was number 11, Rollo, 4-7-11. Congrats to Eugene on a win in the 4th Wiener Dog race of the day. We're coming up next for race 5. We've got Frank, Kismet, Tara, Winston, Amelia, Bubbles, Milo Reese, Cannoli, Louie, Harley, and Maybell. Wiener Dog Race 5 coming up shortly. Okay, everybody for race 5 is getting in line here. We're getting closer and closer to the 2026 Wiener Dog Championship race, the grand finale. Looks like we've got a there we go. Oh, we got a battle on the inside. Oh, that was a close one. I think it was Tara, Frank, and Kismet, the inside 3. Very close, probably our closest race of the day, I'd say. I think the winner was Tara, but let's await the official results. Tara still wants to go. She could go around again. She wants to give it a shot on the turf course. Maybe next year, Tara. Okay, the race 5 numbers. The winner was number 3, Tara. Second was number 1, Frank. And third was number 2, Kismet. Tara, Frank, and Kismet, the top 3 in race 5. Congratulations to Tara. Race 6 is coming out next, our last qualifying round for the championship race. Race 6, we have Diego, Nala, Louise, Rhubarb Bell, Winnie, Leo, Lightning McQueen, Chico, Spotty, Mr. Spuddy Waddens, Ellie, Moose, and Bruce. Got 12 lining up for race 6 on Wiener Dog Sunday here from Fort Erie Racetrack. Race 6 dogs are getting ready. We're almost set for the final qualifier for the championship, race 6 of the day. Some big names here in race 6. There's the horn. Nayla was really quick. I think Nala won. Rhubarb Bell was going well, but kind of drifted to the far side there. Couple of slow starters. Let's wait for the official results. And race 6, the winner was number 2, Nala. Second was the 4, Rhubarb Bell. And third was number 10, Ellie. Nala, Rhubarb Bell, and Ellie. The top 3, congratulations to Nala. Got the mixed breed race, race 7 coming up next. Race 7, the mixed breed race, we have Arthur, Winston, Hazel, Tequila, Sophie, Earl, and Mocha. Mixed breed dogs getting ready for race 7. Just waiting for the last couple to get in line here. Getting set for the mixed breed race. There we go. Oh, Hazel got a bit of a head start there, but might have got caught. Arthur really finished strong there. Let's wait for the numbers there in the mixed breed race. And placing judge Peter Spohr is giving me the mixed breed winners. The winner is number 1, Arthur. Second, number 7, Earl. And third, number 2, Winston, 172. Congratulations to Arthur, winning the mixed breed race 2026. As we get ready for the grand finale, the Wiener Dog Championship of 2026 at Fort Erie Racetrack. And we're getting set for the finale. Got 13 dogs in the championship race. Top 2 from all the previous heats. Everybody's getting set for the championship wiener dog race of 2026. Once again, thank you to everybody who joined us here today. We hope you've enjoyed another fantastic wiener dog spectacle here from the Border Oval. Everybody's getting set. There we go. Fort Erie's best. Oh, and it's a close photo. Hold all tickets, photo finish in the Wiener Dog Championship. Close finish there. Hold all tickets. Waiting for the official winner of the Wiener Dog Championship. And official in the Wiener Dog Championship. The winner was number 9, Frank. Second was number 5, Francis. And third was number 4, Moose. Frank, Francis, and Moose, your top 3 in the Wiener Dog Championship of 2026. Congratulations to Frank on your big win here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Thank you so much to all of the participants. And once again, congratulations to Frank on this prestigious victory.
Okay, another Wiener Dog race is in the books, and I am here with the winner of our 7th annual Wiener Dog races, Frank. We have his owners here.
Kate, Riley.
Congratulations, guys. Where are you from?
Grand Island. Grand Island.
Oh, wow. You guys came a long way for this.
Yes.
Tell me Frank's story. Is he a veteran? Has he won any of these kinds of things before, or is this one of his first times?
This is his first race.
Oh, wow. And he wins the race on his very first try. Did you do any training with him?
Yes.
Oh, nice. That's what I like to hear. All right, guys, thanks a lot for coming out to the Wiener Dog Races, our 7th annual one. We have a lot of amazing sponsors who make this event possible, including Pet Food Outlet, Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy, and our grand prize is supplied by Lifetime Foods. So thank you to all of them. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Thanks a lot. We'll see you again for the Corgi races and the Basset Hound races on August 3rd on the long weekend. See you then. Thank you.